filas, he hablado mucho últimamente con...
Cuando quiera... ¿Oíste,
He
médico?
cerrado muchas filas. Polanco. He hablado mucho con Polanco. Está interesante. Son tipos comunicados. Sí. ¿No viste ya? Caray, reuniéndose con Leopoldo. ¿Usted no lo escucha?
Junior.
¿Eh?
Junior.
Junior no, pero con Leopoldo González hoy.
López.
¿Qué cosa más
Que está en Chile ahora.
proponiendo una interna.
Yo sé.
Porque dice que está subtitulado todos los días.
Yo no quería ver eso.
Yo creo que esa sería la solución más salomónica, ¿no?
Ya. Sí, muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Aquí yo no tengo...
One, two, three, four, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Es lo que diré. Sí, espérate.
Yo te llamo pues.
Sí, sí. Uno. ¿Me escucha? Sí, uno, dos. Uno, dos. Sí, sí. Sí, sí, sí. Sí, buenos días. Un, dos.
Espérate, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Estaba encendido ya, no tenía, no había que hacerle nada. Sí.
Entonces, ¿qué falta?
aquí
¿Qué falta ya para
Déjame ver.
con el inglés? Ya en francés veremos.
Ah, francés, a ver, ¿cómo podemos empezar?
Ya tenemos audio. Tenemos un
ya aquí.
Dos, tres.
Esto no enciende ahora. Ahora sí está. ¿Se oye? Sí, sí, está.
Reini, te mando la contraseña. Te mando la sala.
Ya. Y la A mayúscula.
Un teléfono por ahí que una llamada. Sí, no, sentí en la.
No, ya.
Sì, sì, sì.
Es la naturaleza del imperialismo la que bestializa.
It is the nature of imperialism what makes people beast. It makes them, you can't trust imperialism, not a little bit. Good morning to all our friends that are following this broadcast. The first thing I would like to do is to apologize to those who have been waiting because we have been facing some technical difficulties. We will have a very, very significant debate in this anti-imperialist forum in defense of peoples. We must recall that this forum began yesterday. Online, we were connected with many friends throughout the world. We were able to exchange on the topical issues, Yesterday we had a meeting with the participation of social organization representatives of social movements throughout the world. There was a very serious debate on gender, childhood, youth. We discussed about health, education, labor rights, and human rights regarding the views of these movements. And those who were not able to participate yesterday, you can get informed through the network. We followed the forum yesterday. We heard the different messages. We must recall that Jose Luis Centella followed the forum together with hundreds of internauts that followed the forum. We had a tweet of our President and Secretary General of the Communist Party of Cuba. He welcomed this anti-imperialist forum. He says that this is a step towards unity in our fight against imperialism, colonialism, and a reaffirmation of national identities. Today we will have two panels. The first panel will be attended by important figures from Cuba and from other parts of the world. The first panel is entitled Identity and Culture, and then we will have a second panel on peace as a universal right. So I invite you to stay with us throughout this morning and send us your messages and your views. We will be sharing throughout the whole morning. So thank you for being with us.
Bueno,
Well, this would actually be the third panel because we had two yesterday. Our guests today, as you can see in the screen, we have two important Cuban intellectuals. The president of Casa de las Américas, Abel Prieto Jiménez, a very well-known figure and loved by the Cuban people and Latin American people and peoples from other regions of the world. We also have, as a luxury for Cubans and Latin Americans, the National Literature Award and the president of the UNIAC, that is the Cuban Artists and Intellectuals Guild, and the president of the Fernando Ortiz Foundation. I'm talking about Miguel Barnet. I welcome you both and thank you for being here with us. I wanted to ask you about these two topics of our panel, identity and culture. So we will go now to Dominican Republic where we have our dear friend of Cuba and one of the founders of world forums, social forums that for decades have been taking place. I'm talking about the French-Spanish journalist and political scientist Ignacio Ramonet. So if Miguel and Abel agree, we can talk about the what is happening in the world today. Ignacio has been publishing in recent months about the pandemic. He has been talking about the economic and political situation, about geopolitics, about ethics, the role of journalism, the role of culture. So I would like to begin this session by listening to Ignacio Ramonet and his reflections about what is happening today in the world. What is the role of the left? What are the challenges we face? And so I think we could begin with Ignacio Ramonet. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this anti-imperialist forum. First of all, my greetings and thanks for inviting me to reflect and share our views with all the participants in this forum. I would like to talk about what is the situation in the world today under the pandemic. We can't say after the pandemic because as we all see with the Omicron, the disease is very much here. I would like to talk about two or three things: the sanitary situation, the social and economic world we are living in, thirdly, the geopolitical situation, and the future what are the possible futures for this situation. The sanitary situation is known by everybody. We have around 6 million fatalities and more than 12 million people who have suffered this disease. I think this is one of the worst sanitary pandemics and the worst sanitary crisis worldwide. We should also say that vaccines have had a very significant effect. However, inequality in terms of vaccine distribution has been a characteristic of a world dominated by a neoliberal capitalism. There has been no equal distribution in the world, particularly for poor countries. And we have seen new variants like Omicron in South Africa. And if we don't correct this situation, if we don't change the situation, there will be new mutations even more dangerous than Omicron in other regions. What I want to say with this is that obviously the most brutal situation in terms of hospitalization is over in some regions, but we are seeing new waves in Europe, for example, in developed countries like Germany, where everybody is almost vaccinated. And this is not due only to Omicron, the Omicron variant, and there have been no deaths, at least no significant number of deaths due to the Omicron variant. Of course, there is a great panic. Omicron has 50 mutations vis-a-vis the Delta variant. Delta variant is the most deadly variant, but undoubtedly this situation of the vaccines, where the effects of which are quite limited, and though you have to take the vaccine, and the anti-vaccine movement may be strong in some parts of the world, there is no doubt that people must be vaccinated because there is no scientific justification not to do so. What I wanted to stress, and this is reflected in the media, is the psychological effects of the 2 years of pandemic. It began in December 2019 in the city of Wuhan in China, where the virus was discovered. It will be 2 years now, and in these 2 years there has been confinement of millions and millions of persons. There have been panic worldwide, and this has caused a spiritual crisis, a crisis of that has affected the mental health. Confinement, we know, has caused violence, domestic violence, particularly against women, and in terms of children that are being mistreated. In global terms, there have been an increase in violence, the feeling of irritation, and we don't know what will be the effect of all this in children and youth. Because for children, 2 years is an extremely long period, and we're talking about 8-year-old children, 10-year-old children. The effect will be seen later on, of course. And it's very important. We have seen the number of suicides has increased. All sorts of violence in cities, quarrels. In terms of mental health, the pandemic will have a long-run effect that are difficult to foresee right now, but that are very important. The fact that the inequality has caused more suffering in terms of social conditions, and this has increased resentment. Families who have had fatalities because there has been no ambulance, or because there has been no medical care, because there hasn't been a bed in the hospital. Undoubtedly, this has caused an effect on the survivors in terms of social irritation. So I think we need to keep this in mind regarding a post-pandemic world. From the economic and social point of view, undoubtedly, having 5 billion people in confinement has caused a paralysis in terms of production, economic production, and in terms of consumption also. So there has been, or we are facing, a general delay in terms of supplies. When the confinement ended and societies have opened up again and consumption has increased, we see that there has been an increase in cost of shipments. There are not enough containers. There is a general rise in prices. There is no there are no industrial products. We can't manufacture cars. There is microprocessors can only be manufactured in some parts of the world, and there is no equal distribution. The globalized economy, in terms of neoliberalism, is causing a lot of problems. It has not only proved to be a disaster in terms of health, but also in economic terms. We now see that Europe produced most of the elements required for the pandemic, like masks or sanitary gel. There were no basic drugs like paracetamol, for example. Same thing is happening now with the production of different industries and in terms of food. And this brings about a general inflation. And this inflation is obviously new because financial capitalism had succeeded in stopping the inflation, but now we see a 5, 7, 8% inflation in many countries, and there is the fear that they will go back to the inflations of the 1970s and 1980s. And everybody knows that inflation is suffered the most or hits the hardest, or the poorest are the ones that are hit the hardest with this inflation. And of course, they have been the victims of COVID because of their social condition, and now they also have to bear the consequences of all this economic mismanagement. The governments have made a lot of efforts. They have provided help to the households, to small enterprises or companies. They have had to buy vaccines. They have had to develop a sanitary system or support a sanitary system. So they have spent a lot of money, and now they are indebted. They have asked for credits, and now they have to pay. Many governments have to recover that money that they have spent or that they owe by increasing taxes, for example. In Latin America, several governments have tried to recover those expenditures created by the pandemic, but some governments, ill-advised by neoliberal economists, want to recover all these losses through taxes. They are going to increase taxes. That is the case of Guatemala, the case of Colombia, Ecuador, Costa Rica. And that is what we have seen in all this country. The society has not, the people have not accepted these proposals. We have seen demonstrations in Colombia, in Costa Rica, in Guatemala, and even in Ecuador, because societies reject the imposition of a tax increase. They did not only have to bear the pandemic, but now they have to pay for the pandemic. Another way of punishing the government are the elections. We see that in most countries where the democratic elections are held, people are punishing the governments for what they have suffered during the pandemics. We saw it in the United States. Trump, who thought was very popular, lost elections in November last year. Same thing happened in Germany. Merkel has been bidden farewell. We see it also in Latin America. Just recently in Chile, and in the midterm elections in Mexico and Argentina, in Peru, and obviously in Honduras. Venezuela is, there are very few exceptions. One of this exception is Venezuela. Of course, there is social insatisfaction. However, in Venezuela, where there have been democratic elections for governors and members of parliaments, and mayors and municipal governments, we have seen an exception of what is happening in other countries. Governments receive or are rewarded by society for the way they have managed the COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, in Venezuela and Cuba, this pandemic has been managed in an exemplary manner. In the geopolitical panorama, I think Kabul's fall has been the most spectacular situation, and the withdrawal of the American forces or troops after 20 years of occupation, and the incapacity of a Middle East policy, particularly for Iraq and the rest of the region in the Near East. Tensions with China has increased. Tensions between the United States and China have increased. China is the great power, the rival of the United States, and the United States is incapable of responding in the technological and economic sphere. They then use military pressure, because we all know that that is their strong point. We have seen an agreement between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States to officially contain China in the Pacific. This has brought about a crisis with France. On the other hand, there is also tensions in South Pacific, in the China Sea, to contain China. All the islands surrounding China are occupied by U.S. allies, be it south of Japan or Taiwan or the Philippines. So there is great tensions in that area. They want to leave China without an outlet. Besides the sanitary problem and the climate change, the United States are trying to create a military tension to make the world remember that they are the main military superpower. I think that the first lesson of this huge sanitary crisis, I say that COVID-19 is a social pandemic that has had an impact on all spheres of life and has had social, economic, political, and military consequences, as we can see. So the great revelation here is that everything has been mismanaged by this neoliberal capitalist system, and that there is a greater desire for a world with more solidarity. I think there is an international demand of a certain form of socialism, of fraternity, of a common proposal, of having a more friendly attitude towards nature, towards human beings, and to have and not to have a punitive economy or static economy like the present capitalist system has, but an economy where the human being is the center of concern of the authorities. This is what I wanted to say, and I thank you for your time and for listening to me. And I will continue listening to the rest of the participants in the forum. I want to thank our dear brother Ignacio Ramonet for his so interesting reflection about the current situation of the world, and that makes us reflect about identity and cultural issues with our guests here. In some of the spots or audiovisual caps, we have brief messages that are very, very important and significant. I am a human being that loves this country, and of course, if I'm a creator, that is a position that I will maintain. I think that we have to defend our homeland. Homeland is above everything, above your human condition, above your... you have to give everything, and that is not a slogan, it's a fact. This is the National Award, Lesbia Vendez-moi. She gave us her message on the importance of culture as a means of resistance. So now I want to give the floor to Miguel Barnet. I see that more people are connected to this forum, so I'm going to repeat that we have here the National Award, Literature Award, and acknowledges Miguel Barnet, intellectual writer. I'm sure that many people know his work, his essays, his novels. Barnet is a very important pillar of our culture, and I had suggested him to talk about democracy, identity, culture. Barnet knows very well the works of Fernando Ortiz. He's the president of the Fernando Ortiz Foundation. So I would like him to talk with all those participating in this anti-imperialist forum about this.
Thank you so much. I am honored to having been invited to this forum. Artists and intellectuals of the world have been defending our peoples. In my condition of studios of a scholar, have led me to defend and cultivate the idiosyncrasy of the native peoples of Latin America and of the Cuban people. At present, there is an international event on democracy. It's democracy, quote unquote, because there cannot be a conference on democracy where the countries of Central America are not invited. So I don't think there is a democracy by excluding people. There are countries that have their own democracy, their own sovereignty, their own economy, the right to exercise an effective democracy. And those countries do not answer the hegemonic ways, are not invited, like Cuba and Venezuela and other countries from Central America that have their own governments. I think that before speaking about identity and culture, we cannot speak of culture if we do not have a democracy, because that's a figment of the imagination, like representatives. I believe in participatory democracy, where there is no place for discrimination of any kind, whether racial or sexual or gender, and neither of ideology. I think that the true democracy is the one that puts justice and human rights above all, the right to life in the first place, to bread, to health and pacific coexistence, where the big fish does not eat the small one. That's what is happening in many countries, where the rich does not subdue the poor, while the politician does not underestimate the true revolutionary. This is democracy for me. That's why I believe in socialism, because socialism prioritizes culture as a collective good, but not as a luxury, but as a necessity and a creative energy. Don Fernando Ortiz wrote, "Culture is homeland, and homeland is for all. Culture in socialism is this vital oxygen that strengthens our spirit. It's balance, stability, resistance, and constant creation." We strive almost pathologically to search for identity, because the peoples of America have been a colony, first of Spain, and then as a semi-colony, pseudo-republic, semi-colony of the United States too. And that gives us a certain vulnerability, certain fragility, and this is the reason why we obsessively were always trying to define and to find our identity. This is a mystery. In other countries of the world, we don't speak of identity. They don't speak of identity. France has it, they don't speak of identity. It is there. In Germany either, it's there. They have centuries and centuries of history. They have a deep tradition, but we have to search for a definition of our identity, because we feel fragile, as and I said before, vulnerable, and we have to grasp a wood or a canoe, whatever there is. This is the origin of so many texts, many studies in Cuba about the topic of identity. I myself have been a tenacious diver for identity, not because I'm not sure of who I am or where I live, but because I wanted to get to the certain recipe of identity, a clearer one, to give it to my people. What is identity? Identity, like insularity, is something ungraspable and changing. We are not the same Cubans that we were in the 18th or the 19th century. Today, our identity is made up of other values, other ways of expression, other contents, more complete. Then identity is something completely changing. We are richer because we have the heritage that we receive from the Spanish culture, from the African culture, from the French culture, from the Asian culture, that is the culture of the world. And we're trying to see how we all that, as Nicolas Guillen said, all that mixed, and that reveals for us the deepest parts of our being. But that is relative, so changing. Finding it is not easy. Why do we say that the Cuban is happy, funny, dancer, if the Cuban is also dramatic, is reflexive? We are full of contradiction. Our history is full of contradictions. Slavery, feudalism, capitalism, slavery. I have not been able to get to a conclusion of what is to be Cuban. I am very mad at when they speak of they speak of Cuba and they simply move their hips. I'm not against that. I love Cuban music, from danzón, son, rumba, mambo, salsa. But Cuban is something else. The Cuban is more than that. Otherwise, we have not been made this country as we have made this country, despite all contradictions, despite all stereotypes, in spite of anything that they have said against us. We have contributed to the identity of our country, not only Cuba, but our whole continent. We have to look at the work of José Martí, José Lezama Lima, Jorge Mañach, so many important figures that have contributed to this essence of what it is to be Cuban, like our Fernando Ortiz called the melting pot of ingredients, so diverse ingredients that is still cooking. Culture is not a luxury. Culture is not an ornament that you place to go out into the streets and exhibit it. It is a need, it is an energy, and in this energy there is the ferment of identity. I believe that a country that has lived over 60 years in a revolutionary process, a very complex, difficult, contradictory process exposed to so many sacrifices and great risks, it is a country that, besides dancing and laughing, it is a country that thinks, that reflects, that enjoys, and that suffers. All this, something that is terrible, the genocide of the American people, or the American government. That is why all these processes from a psychological point of view has to be interpreted very deeply and from many perspectives. And the topic of identity is a dangerous one. It's slippery. I wouldn't like to fall in a very much used definition. Living in an island is dangerous. It is dangerous, but at the same time, as I said before, it roots us. As Juan Ramón Jiménez said when he came to Cuba, the island of Cuba, it was a delicious bite to eat, but it was dangerous. The Spanish poet knew what he was saying. He was trying to refer to what it is to be a Cuban person. He knew what he was saying. He was referring to that characteristic that Cuban people have. They open the doors of their house wide open, but to go into their heart, you have to go deep and with lots of time. And that is why it is not good to be confused. Not to be confused and give a simple, improvised, or adventurous definition of identity. That is why I have always said that if we lose socialism, we lose our true democratic culture and our identity. We will fall into savage capitalism, which is the same as the barbarism, as Rosa Luxemburgo said. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miguel, for this excellent reflection. Miguel was speaking of culture as an energy, and he was also saying of all the cultural processes that are protected in Cuba, that are promoted by cultural institutions. And he was reminding us that the Minister of Culture is gathered in a meeting with young people from the culture, from other cultural institutions. And he's doing this in this event in which it is the Day of Human Rights. And the right to culture is one of the rights that the Cuban Revolution promotes. Miguel was also speaking about one of the topics of identity that makes us recognize ourselves as a nation, but as a continent, as a geographical area, as a cultural space that identifies us. And we have to remember some of these cultural spaces like Fundación Fernando Ortiz Foundation, the Casa de las Américas, and many others. We're going to listen now to the president of the Casa de las Américas. I also brought a small message that I wanted to give to the people who are accompanying us. Pancho Amat, the National Prize of Music, awarded with the National Prize of Award of Music. So let's listen to this message, and we thank Miguel Barnett again. If he wants to say something else, we invite you to do it, please. But then I want you to listen to this next guest, Pancho Amat.
Si vamos a ver el esfuerzo.
We're going to look at the efforts that the revolutionary government has made to bring culture to all, and all the maneuvers we have had to do for the revolution to subsist. These maneuvers, we are been juggling with color balls. True art has had to be beside that effort, so that in the end, after 60 years, we continue to be a country that decides their reality. I wanted to point out something that Miguel said very strongly at the beginning of his presentation, that is the concept of democracy that is defending a conference that is being taking place in the United States, a selective event. That is an event that excludes people from Cuba, Latin America, from Central America and Latin America. So it is this pathological way of looking at us. This is another space that we're doing from Cuba that has to be defending the peoples, giving a voice to the peoples of Latin America and away from of the United States domination. The people is not an abstraction. The people has multiple contents. We have to respect that. How are they are going to do a democratic event with isolations and exclusion? So we're going to give voice to a part of the American people right now that is connected in this anti-imperialist forum, and from there we have a researcher, an activist, a scholar, the director, and a participant in one of the biggest space against the anti-imperialist and the Tricontinental Forum a friend of Cuba, of Venezuela, that is called Manolo de los Santos. He has talked to us. He's been presenting in that event in some Latin American nations. If he's connected, I would like to give the floor to Manolo de los Santos from the United States. Greetings, comrades. My name is Manolo de los Santos, and I'm speaking to you from New York and our space, that is the People's Board. This week, we're celebrating a so-called democracy summit in the midst of a systemic, deep crisis here in the United States. It is a summit, a so-called summit, because it imposes one project, only one political, economic, social project on the rest of the planet. It is a model based basically on exclusion and death. This model is not other but democracy, neoliberal democracy, which we have seen its traces in our continent and in our planet. If that is the model of democracy that they want to impose on us, we are not interested in it. I come to speak to you in this anti-imperialist forum because we were not invited to participate there in that so-called summit of democracy. We were not invited because we are excluded by this system and its democracy. I speak as an excluded person together with the millions of people who every day are excluded, every day, by this system and their democracy. A democracy that in the end it's only serves the purpose of the capitalists and a small minority. I speak of the over 700,000 people who have lost their lives to COVID-19. They lost their life not because of COVID, but the lack of assistance, the lack of health assistance. And because this democracy did not count on saving these lives. I speak of the 5 million people who in this country have no right to vote simply because they have been in jail at some point. I speak for the millions of people who have not have access to the ritual of every 4 years voting. The Latin, the native people, because they have been denied the right to vote. I speak of 11 million families who along this country, they continue to live the risk of leaving their homes simply because they don't have an employment or some means to earn a living. I speak of 13 million children who every day face alone. They face hunger by themselves alone. I speak of 400,000 dead people that during these years of war that we have suffered the 9/11 attacks, and they have died in a supposedly war against terrorism, but they have been just ransacking other lands and other countries in the Middle East. But I tell you that the American people does not support this democracy. They do not support this model of death that is called democracy. They do not support this form of exclusion disguised as democracy. We speak at a moment of great crisis in our country because precisely our system has lost its hegemony and its legitimacy. And I say this not because I think so, but because of the concrete struggles of the people around us. They're trying to struggle to build a new world. I speak of millions of young people, black, Latino, native, Asian, white, all colors, that not long ago they went to the streets crying for George Floyd. They were shouting. It was a cry of revelry. They were crying for the right to live as human beings. They were crying out loud to search other forms of existence in our planet, because this model of democracy is not compatible with our life, with our existence, and this model of democracy is incompatible with the life of the planet. We cannot. There's no coexistence with this neoliberal democracy. Either we strive to live in another democracy, or there will be no future for us under the present system. We have, or either there is a new democracy where we all fit in, where we all have the right to live and to live fully, a new democracy where we have the right to happiness. In order to have that, this new democracy will have to be a social democracy. We have to be inclusive. It would have to be comprehensible, so that it is able to embrace and receive in its arms of the great majority. We're searching for a new democracy that respects diversity of models, and that does not need imperialist wars and sanctions, blockades to impose them itself. We're looking for a new democracy where the youth not only have the right, but we are active participants in decision making and in the creation of an alternative society. We want a democracy with happiness, with full dignity for all and for all men and women. For a democracy where we are able to create the best of humanity. A democracy where we feel like brothers and sisters with all the peoples who are also looking in their own way, a new democracy. I'm sharing also a greeting from our resistance peoples within the United States. We reaffirm that we are together with the people of Cuba. We celebrate that despite of 60 years of war from the United States government against the Cuban people, nothing has been able to bring apart our peoples, because together we're taking steps for the future of that new democracy. Thank you, Manolo de los Santos, for this presentation that moves us and then reaffirms our belief of that our struggle is a just one. A few hours ago, the House of the Americas, that is an institution that is over 60 years defending the culture of our continent, and it's an international reference of culture. It stated that is Cuba facing hatred and slander that is circulating in the social media, because that is today, in the day of the human rights, Cuba becomes an example, continues to be an example facing the neoliberal dogma and the new fascism, the homeland of Martí and Fidel, together with all our friends and of the whole world. We are going to defeat their enemies. We have the possibility of having in this forum to the president of the Casa de las Americas, essayist, writer, Abel Prieto Jimenez, and I would ask him to end this first panel. There will be another panel on peace as a universal right. I would also have him to speak about his comments. Welcome, Abel. You have the floor.
I want to thank the organizers of this forum for inviting me. It has been quite impressive to listen to such a brave man as Manolo Santo.
Así, así. A ver, te presto este micrófono.
I'll lend you my mic. Can you hear me? Well, I don't know if you heard me. I was talking about Manolo de los Santos with great emotion. I'm always moved to hear his form, his way of facing the problems of that so-called democracy of his country, the United States. Miguel Barnet already spoke about this forum that is being organized, called by Joe Biden, which is actually a joke. It's that even denies that term, because the term democracy, because it excludes the countries. I think Miguel talked about excluded governments, and Manolo Santo was talking about excluded people in their own country. Morlote has mentioned the statement by Casa de las Americas yesterday. Hope that it will be widely disseminated. It denounces a new maneuver against our country, signatures of different intellectuals, artists, people from all walks of life, people who do not know what is happening here, that knew about this when they were called. We have great experience in these types of actions. I wanted to talk a little bit about cultural rights. Morlote, I don't know how much time I have. So, well, I would start by saying, today is the Human Rights Day, and we are talking about identity and culture. One of the spheres where human rights violation has been the worst has been culture. It has been a fierce violation, and a violation that has been silenced. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights states, and I quote, "All person has the right to be freely participate in the cultural life of the community and enjoy all kinds of arts." So this includes the idea of diversity. That means every person can be a protagonist of cultural life and in turn will contribute a diverse or different element. Though this is associated to the notion of freedom, of satisfaction of spiritual needs, and though this sounds very nice, this has been totally violated by the so-called entertainment industry. culture has been reduced to mere entertainment, to a mere merchandise, and to a terrible role of manipulation and indoctrination. That are the benefits reaped by imperialism from this big machinery of cultural products. On the one hand, the benefits, and on the other, the indoctrination. They are true machines for indoctrination, for fostering stupidity, selfishness, to foster amnesia. How can somebody enjoy cultural rights if that person doesn't know where she comes from, what are her origins, what are the where does the people he belongs to came from? And this is what is being fermented, what young people throughout the world receive every day. They are disconnected from their roots, which are so important for the life of people. In particular, the population of the South, their cultural rights are being ignored by these big industries, and there has been a policy of doing away with all that cultural diversity and cultural heritage. It is sad, but that is the truth. Miguel talked about the stereotype regarding Cubans. He talked about hips being moved when dancing, that Cubans are just like rum, drinking rum and huaracha, and that is a stereotype. It's a caricature that is very much used by this in cultural industry. And I think that all popular cultures throughout the world have been subdued to this. They have been mutilated in their emancipating essence. They have become pure caricature, and this hegemonic cultural industry has fostered the present, rejecting history. You just have to live today, live the present, don't look back. That is a message that children, youth receive. And that is why sometimes they have no knowledge about their history, and they just accept the versions that they see in the movies and the cartoons, recycling these caricatures, and people are just consuming these products. So we have the euphemism of globalization that Frei Beto calls the global colonization, because this term that some consider modern and hopeful, we have a colonial action where your spirituality and subjectivity and your paradigms and your dreams are kidnapped, and you just have to think in Hollywood superheroes of the hegemonic culture. And the worst thing about this is that we have to work very much, and this forum needs to contribute to build awareness on this, on the violation of the cultural rights of peoples. This is perceived by the victims many people ignore. They don't know that their cultural rights are being violated. They don't see that this kidnapping of their dreams, their hopes, their roots, their origins, and they even like it. And now, with the social networks, something we have discussed a lot here in Cuba, in this subversion campaign, they have been using networks that promote hate, that promote lies, discredit, fake news, and people even believe all this because networks touch the rational and emotional aspects, and people react to this fake news and they repeat it without bothering to find out if it is true or not. Ramonet, and I think his reflection was very important. He didn't talk about this subject, but he has written a lot about network espionage. It is said that networks know you better than even your husband or your wife. They know you better than yourself because they know your dreams, they know your most intimate desires, your fears, your obsessions. With all this data they get, they develop a profile and they sell this. Like, for example, Cambridge Analytica, they sell this to election campaign analysts so that they can develop the messages of the candidate so that it reaches you. So what cultural rights are we talking about if you are just a pawn in this big and huge machinery? This machinery is more sophisticated than ever. People compare it to this with what happened in Orwell's Nightmare. He was talking about Stalinism, but you have to apply that same concept to imperialism in the 21st century and the new fascism. I wanted to recall, and I think I know, wrote it down. I want to recall one of Fidel's speech on November 17, 2005 at the Havana University. Fidel wonders how can an illiterate person can know that the International Monetary Fund is good or bad, and that the people is being ransacked by that system. He says, well, an illiterate person can't know. So he analyzes how commercial publicity develops conditioned reflex and annuls all possibilities of thinking. All poor people, all those exploited, repeat socialism is bad, communism is bad, but they just repeat it. And I wanted to reiterate this because this is something we are increasingly seeing today. The most important triumph of that information and cultural machinery is the development of a pathetic character that person who has had no opportunities, that is surviving in the neoliberal competition, and when it comes to voting the elections, he votes for a fascist. Manolo was just saying that many of these excluded persons do not have even the possibility of voting. But those who can, and we have proof that very, very poor people voting for a fascist, the voting for the candidate of the rich, voting for the candidate of the elite, of the sector that has exploited her family, that has left her with no hopes. I also mentioned in my notes another evil of this machinery regarding the cultural rights of people. They work for people to feel ashamed of their origins, of their parents, of their grandparents, of their community, that they think that they are backward people, that this is something they have to leave behind. They are not only leaving them without the possibility of enjoying that culture that defines them, but they devoid them from the possibility of being proud of her origins. And there is also something which I'm going to recall here. In 2005, UNESCO discussed and was able to adopt the Convention to Defend Cultural Diversity. Miguel, who worked at the Executive Committee of UNESCO for many years. At the time, Condoleezza Rice, who was a State Secretary of the United States, sent a letter that was even in internet. She sent a letter to the foreign ministers of all countries members of UNESCO and threatened those governments with retaliation if they approved the draft that was being discussed. This means that imperialism or the empire don't want governments to have public policies in the cultural field or sphere. They just want them to open up to free trade of cultural goods, where we all know who reaps the benefits. And they have an enormous power over the consciousness of the people, of the awareness of the people. And I think that I will wrap up here. I'm going to wrap up talking about neoliberalism. I feel that it's quite shocking that they attack Cuba like they attack Venezuela and Nicaragua or any other country that attempts to promote a model of sovereignty, of true democracy, of independence. They are attacking these governments. They are accusing them of denying or rejecting freedom of expression or limiting freedom of expressions in arts or in literature. And the empire is the main enemy of democracy and of true freedom of expression. Why did they turn rap, which was a cry of rebellion, why did they turn it into a commercial music? Why did they do away with the songs that protested against real situations. They can't talk on behalf of human rights. I think they have no moral authority. They have no moral authority whatsoever to talk about these rights. Thank you. Well, I thank Abel. I think that with his intervention, we come to an end to this first panel on identity and culture. I want to thank all those who have accompanied us, and I want to ask you all to stay with us, because there will be a second panel to talk about the right to peace, which is one of the rights we're defending in this anti-imperialist forum. So thank you all.
Bien. Acabaste. Acabaste, Abel, acabaste. Ay, qué bien estuvo. Oye, mira que tú has hablado varias veces, pero esta vez estuviste. Gracias, hermano.
Uno, dos, tres. 1, 2, 3. Haciendo prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Haciendo prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Haciendo prueba de audio.
Sí, sí.
Deja-
Ese es del... Dinamarca.
Estoy probando, 1, 2, sí, ¿me escuchan? Sí, 1, 2, sí, 1, 2, estoy probando, ¿me escuchan?
Okay.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete.
Uno. Uno, dos, tres, probando, 1, 2, 3, también se escucha bien, papá.
Mira, ellos, allá ellos ven. No, porque si ellos no ven que nosotros no vemos, nosotros no podemos leer en español para allá ahora.
No, ya. Nosotros el primer día tuvimos la prueba, teníamos eso unos días. Mi marido dice, estuvimos desde las 11 hasta las 8 y pico.
De la noche.
Y eso se estuvo más.
Y han muerto los días.
Seguimos.
Los tambores de la paz.
Suenen los ángeles de la tierra, los tambores de la paz. Sí. Quemen los tambores de la guerra para que no suenen más, para que no suenen.
Yo, si por el camino corto se ha de saber cómo acaba, se cambian caricias por torrida lava. Soñaba que un día despertaríamos de este letargo y nos abrazaríamos. Toda la fe que regresa, los boomerang con afán de llevarse otra presa. Yeah.
El viento del norte no está escogiendo quién menos, quién más. Lo mismo dispara la luz, lo mismo a la oscuridad. Para eso mi hermano estás tú, por eso tu hermano estoy yo. Los dos a cargar esa cruz, que al fin nuestra sangre es igual. Basta ya. Oh.
Suenen los ángeles de la tierra, los tambores de la paz. Quemen los tambores de la guerra para que no suenen más, para que no suenen.
Alúmbrame cielo, haz que me valga la pena el desvelo. Suelo, regálame miles de brotes, que las ideas nunca se derroten. Cúbreme azul, sin tanta metralla, entre razón, fuera batalla.
Silencio es todo lo que queda luego de una lluvia de fuego y maldad. La guerra borra las canciones de los labios que le cantan a la paz. Sentir el vuelo de vivir sin armas, como descubrir el paraíso celestial. Aquí en la tierra sin morir, aprendamos a convivir con quien no nos entienda igual, para tener un porvenir donde podamos respirar. Basta ya. Suenen los ángeles de la tierra, los tambores de la paz. Quemen los tambores de la guerra para que no suenen más, para que no suenen. Oh, oh. Suenen los tambores en mi tierra, los tambores de la paz.
Y es que no paro de pensar, quieren que nos matemos ya, no le importamos tú ni yo, solo el petróleo nada más. Y nuestras calles no querrán enrojecerse nunca más. La vida se puede llevar con diferencias y bondad, nunca más.
Sangre por petróleo ya. Solo paz, hoy queremos solo paz. Sangre por petróleo ya.
Piérdanse balas, gánese tiempo, bórrese todo el gris del firmamento. Odio, hambre, pobreza, rencores, y que se abran paso días mejores.
Los tambores de la paz. Los tambores de la paz.
Invasión no, destrucción no, desunión no, sangre bajo petróleo no.
Casi las
It's almost 11:40 in the morning in Cuba, and we thank you for connecting to this forum to defend peoples. Havana, 2 days in which we have discussed about the Cuban family, about health, about sports, everything that has to do with Cuba, the well-being of society, of Latin American peoples and peoples all over the world. we have the pleasure of sharing this very special debate. To my left, I have the hero of the Republic of Cuba, Fernando González Yor, who is also president of the Institute of Friendship of the People, and to my right, Ahmed Sour, who is a representative of the Democratic Forum for the Liberation of Palestine. I will give the floor to different friends of Cuba and of the Caribbean that will be talking about peace, the subject of this panel. I began with Michael Leslie, who is the president of the Cuban South African Association. Then we have Chris Hollis from North Carolina. Then we have the Cuban Serbo Association of Friendship, and then the president of the Barbados Cuba Friendship Society. Don't go away. We have just started.
Day that we celebrate the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I speak to you as chairperson of the Friends of Cuba Society in Cape Town, South Africa. Life, peace, and dignity are the most important rights for which we must strive. Today we are right to pause a moment to celebrate Cuba's contribution to human rights and to creating a nation at peace with itself and the world. Human rights in Cuba are two sides of the same coin. The commitment to human rights is shown in the journey of the Cuban people from 1959 till today. What Cuba has done since the triumph of the revolution has been to transform anti-imperialist politics into practical policies of peace and justice. The literacy campaigns in the early days of the revolution were among the foundations of creating an empowered and educated nation. All the achievements of the revolution in every sector of human life has helped create a nation at peace with itself. In recent history, we witnessed the role of the Cuban Five as peacemakers, seeking to stop and prevent violence and terrorism against the motherland. How appropriate that my dear friend and Cuban hero Gerardo Hernandez Nodelo is a leader of the CDR, and that Cuban hero Comrade Fernando González is the president of ECAP. The existence of ECAP for more than 60 years is a concrete example of the commitment of Cuba to peace and friendship with the peoples of the world. Today, Cuba is showing the world how we can live in peace. We can do this if we have decent health care for all citizens. Whilst the rich of the world exports guns, Cuba exports human solidarity. The Henry Reeve International Brigade, through its Ministry of Compassion, has not only helped save lives, but has created peace and friendship among nations. The most recent vaccine apartheid and the unequal stockpiling of vaccines by the rich North is prolonging the COVID-19 pandemic. Preferring profit over lives, rich countries and pharmaceutical companies are refusing a waiver of patents for vaccines. By sharp contrast, in Cuba, vaccines are only about the common good, Cuba and also for poor countries. Reprehensibly, it is the United States which seeks to stoke up conflict against and within Cuba in order to secure votes in Florida. For the United States, power is always more important than people. However, we should not forget that there are also those anti-imperialist and forces for peace and friendship within the United States. How appropriate that the Martin Luther King Center here in Havana is one of the hosts of this event. It was Martin Luther King who reminds us that, and I quote, "the chain reaction of evil hate together begetting hate, wars, producing more wars, must be broken, or else we shall be plunged into the dark abyss of annihilation." End of quote. Even as we celebrate all that has been achieved, there are new challenges and threats to world peace. It is normal that every new generation yearns for more human rights than the previous generation. This needs to be embraced and not resisted. But it cannot be right that the world's billionaires organize joyrides in space while millions die of starvation. Inequality is a threat to world peace. We still have the threat of nuclear war. Nuclear disarmament is the only way to prevent nuclear war. Now we see every day more clearly that we as human beings are at war with our earthly home. Our children and our grandchildren will not forgive us if we fail to act to help save Mother Earth. It is heartening to see the leading role of young people to save the environment. The digital world of truth and fake news has become a new battleground, as Cuba knows only too well. Led by a younger generation, we need to shape a narrative and create a world of life and peace and dignity. As Cuba has taught us, it is through solidarity that we shall win. Muchas gracias.
Hello, IFCO Pastor for Peace, family and friends. My name is Brother Chris Hollis. I'm with the Black Works for Justice. I wanted to address a few things and to bring to your attention. On December the 9th and the 10th, the President of the United States will be speaking to the United Nations about human rights and human rights violations. That's something I want us to think about. What is basic human rights? And what does it look like? About 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity, a life-changing experience, to visit Cuba, which is a country that consists of 11 million people. It's a socialist society where the people care for one another, where they have free health care, no pharmaceutical companies to rob from the poor and give to the rich. Health care is a human right. Where you can have a brain operation and don't have to worry about insurance coverage because you're already covered. It's a basic human right. Free education, because we know knowledge is power. To advance in life without having to wait after 4 to 6 years of college, you have to pay off hundreds of thousands of dollars of tuition bills. But in Cuba, education is free. And you can get as much of it as you want and excel as high as your potential without costing you a dollar. Affordable housing. We know that over in Cuba, my experience, that people own their own houses. They own their own land. Over here in the U.S., it is hard to afford housing. We have moratoriums that aren't even covering everyone. It seems like the more poor you are, the less of an opportunity that you have. And housing, a roof over your head, should be a human right. And then another thought that comes to mind is, what is human rights? It's the right to live without fear of your life being taken over a mere traffic stop. It's without fear of, because of the color of your skin, your life doesn't matter. So let's ask ourselves, what is basic human rights? Should we have to pay for health care to stay alive? That should be a human right. Should I have to fear the police for pulling me over, or saying the wrong thing, or reaching for my ID, and I'm dead? Peace officers should make it a human right to save lives and not take them. Free education, again, for me to excel to my highest heights, should be a basic human right. None of these things should I pay for financially or with my own life, because that's what human rights look like. So I hope that on the 9th and the 10th, as the president addresses what basic human rights are and what human rights violations are, that this country and the U.S. reflect and look at themselves and want to change that and give Cuba the human rights and end the embargo, end the sanctions, and end the blockade. Cuba sí, blockado no.
The Association of Serbian-Cuban Friendship from Belgrade provides full support to all Cuban people and President Miguel Diaz in its efforts to combat subversive activities by mobilizing all Cuban society. It is quite clear that the intention of the new American administration is to further tighten diplomatic relations with Cuba, as well as to strengthen the blockade through various types of political, economic, financial, information propaganda, and various other forms of pressure on the Cuban revolution. In addition, we plan to point out the importance of the Cuban struggle in the fight against the empire through video conferences, social networks, engagement of our members, leading intellectuals and artists, professors and academics, people in Serbia and abroad. It is especially important that we all understand that the Republic of Cuba has the right, like all countries in the world, to regulate its society. Since the beginning of disintegration of Yugoslavia, the Republic of Cuba and its legendary leader, Fidel Castro, have taken a firm and unwavering stance on preserving the state sovereignty of Serbia on the entire territory, including Kosovo and Metohija, and we are so grateful to them for that reason. After disintegration of Yugoslavia, in which the United States, the European Union, and the Vatican played a leading role, Serbia, together with other Balkan nations, went through a difficult and bloody civil war, with great destruction, loss of hundreds of thousands of lives, and the general stagnation in economic, social, and cultural development. Our worst suffering at the end of Yugoslav crisis happened during the 78-day bombing of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia by 19 Western countries, including the members of NATO. The Cuban Revolution has been a unique example in the world for decades and has been a model for freedom-loving individuals and peoples who are freeing themselves from colonialism and empire violence, especially in South America. The achievements of Cuban Revolution in the field of education, health, and social protection represent the best example of realization of humanistic principles, ideals, and the right of the free education and health and social protection. For that reason, in all countries of the world, support for the Cuban Revolution and its leadership is growing. We must all unite together in this fight. Not only Cuba was attacked. The imperialists want to conquer the whole freedom-loving world. We will not allow that. It is an honor for us to be a part of a planetary movement that is fighting wholeheartedly and with a lot of energy and enthusiasm to lift the blockade of Cuba and defend the Cuban Revolution and Cuban people. You can count on our help in any time. Viva Cuba Libre, Socialista, Soberana y Humana. Cuba vencerá.
My name is David Denny, the General Secretary for the Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration. And our movement is joining with the world progressive movements that are recognizing United Nations Human Rights Day on the 10th of December 2021. Today, we are demonstrating and protesting against all forms of discrimination. We are also fighting against the exploitation of our people during this COVID-19 situation. And our movement are demanding the right for our people to education, the rights to employment, the rights to housing, food, and clothing. So we are saying to you that we are expressing our feeling on this day for human rights so that you can understand how we feel about the educational system that are affecting our poor people during this COVID-19 situation. Many children are at home and not in a system really can do face-to-face studies. And most of them do not have the equipment to do online studies. So comrades, our future is threatened during this period. The Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration also want to express on this day our solidarity with the government of people of Cuba who are doing everything possible to help the world deal with this crisis situation and to save us from this COVID-19 crisis. So Cuba have extended its international solidarity all over the world. So we stand in solidarity with you, Cuba, and we lift you up. We also want to extend that solidarity with countries like Venezuela, Bolivia, and Nicaragua, who today are fighting against many battles that are placed on them by the United States of America. And we are saying to you, Mr. President of the United States of America, please remove political and economic embargo that you have against these countries in the Americas. Our movement want to extend our solidarity with the poor people who are fighting many struggles in North America and in Europe. And we stand in solidarity with you, my brothers and sisters, in the United States of America, Canada, England, and other European nations. We stand in solidarity with you this day. We also want to extend our solidarity with the Palestinian people that are fighting many battles for survival. The people of Sahara are fighting many battles for survival. So we are committed to supporting the movements of the world that are calling for change and are working towards a better condition for our people. And we need this so that we can fight our battles together in the interest of the poor, powerless people of the world. So my brothers and sisters, on this day, the UN recognized Day for Human Rights, the Caribbean movement say, long live the battles, the fights for the changes for the poor, powerless people of the world. Long live the battles that many of the indigenous people are fighting. Stand in solidarity with you. Long live the battles that the African people all over the world are fighting. Stand in solidarity with you. Brothers and sisters, comrades and friends, forward ever, backward ever. Thank you.
Muchas gracias para cada una de las.
Thank you so much for all the people who have been sending us messages. We are asking for peace in this forum. It's a right for all the peoples. We're also advocating for maintaining Cuba as an area of peace. It's a human right that is violated by the empire. I'm going to give the floor now to the second block of guests. Now, we're going to listen to Johnny Garcia Calle, the president of the Association of Friendship and Solidarity of Cuba, Venezuela. Vijay Prashad, a scholar and leader of the director of the Institute of Research, Tricontinental Research, and Phil Keeley, member of the Irish Forum of Solidarity with Cuba. Good morning. My name is Johnny Garcia Calles from the Movement of Friendship and Solidarity Cuba Venezuela, and I am part of the coordination of the Continental Network, Latin American Network of Solidarity with Cuba. We must point out clearly that the principal violator of Cuban of rights against Cuba is the United States of America. That under the premise of the Monroe Doctrine, they try to take the riches of the countries in order to satisfy their imperial needs. Along these 6 decades, the Cuban people has had to stand the measures that violate the rights of their people, the economic, financial blockade of the United States against Cuba, unilateral blockade. It's against the different resolution of the United States that they have tried to. Then it is an obstacle to the development of Cuba and to guaranteeing their potentialities in order to offer their citizens better living conditions. The implementation of the Torricelli Act and the Helms-Burton Act are an example of illegality that only try to make the Cuban people suffer, violating the human rights of this dignified and heroic people. And it is a violation that we could consider as a crime of humanity. We ask the people of the world to raise our voices to demand to stop the blockade against Cuba, violating the rights of a people. In spite of the increase of the 243 measures of Donald Trump's administration, reinforced by Biden in their policy of a change of regime that opportunistically they have exercised during the COVID-19 pandemics, they have not been able and will not be able to defeat the people of Fidel, Martí, and Agramonte, that under the leadership of the Communist Party of Raúl and the continuity that Miguel Díaz-Canel represents, the Cuban people advances to guarantee health and life of the Cuban people. That is why from the Latin American and Caribbean Continental Network, we reaffirm our commitment to continue denouncing at all levels the world claim to end the genocidal and criminal blockade against Cuba. From Venezuela, we must also point out that the Cuban government, that the United States government and the European Union and a number of peoples who are together with the United States and the European Union are violating the rights of the Venezuelan people. Along the years, the Venezuelan people have been in solidarity and admires the resistance of the Cuban people against the blockade policy against Cuba. Today, when we are also victims of the same policy of blockading our people, we have felt in our own flesh the suffering of the Cuban people during 60 years. Their policy of interference and harassment to the Bolivarian people, it is evident in their intent of coup d'etat in 2002 in blockading the oil industry in Venezuela. In 2015, declaring Venezuela as a menace to the peace of the United States was the landmark so that the United States would fall with all its strength on the Venezuelan people. The United States said that the elections that we had in Venezuela that was called by Nicolás Maduro were illegal, and these elections was to guarantee the defense of the Cuban people against the American government's offenses against our country. They also placed sanctions on the principal industry of our country, putting sanctions and a blockade to the financial state. In 2019, they even recognized an interim president like Guaido's against the rights of our people. And this government, this illegal government, is using the money of the people outside. They also sanctioned the Central Bank of Venezuela, closing their doors to any type of or any intent of using their money. Then in 2019, they imposed a blockade on the Venezuelan people. These American people who's trying to dictate the rules of human rights by blockading the assets of the Venezuelan people and the Venezuelan industry. They have generated the worst humanitarian crisis in our country. The U.S. government, in its policy of blockading Venezuela, has used $30 million that would be used for the health and feeding the Venezuelan people for the next 15 years. So definitely those who say that are the ones who claim that they are those who have the human rights, they have become the violators of these human rights by exercising a policy of pillage and against the peoples of the world. Cuba and Venezuela are not alone. We are accompanied by the conscientious peoples of our people, and by calling to solidarity and respecting people and international laws and peace as the only way to preserve the human species. Cuba and Venezuela have the right to choose their destiny, to preserve peace, and to maintain the ideals of liberty from Bolívar, from Martí, from Fidel, from Chavez, and they have been continued by Nicolás Maduro and Miguel Díaz-Canel. In this sense, we want to denounce the blockade as a violation of the human rights of the peoples of Venezuela and Cuba and other peoples of the world. We greet the Cuban people who continues to resist against this criminal genocidal policy against the Cuban people of the U.S. government and the Venezuelan people, to resisting the sanctions and the measures, unilateral measures of the U.S. government, trying to defeat the Bolivarian Venezuelan revolution that is a legacy of Commander Hugo Chavez. Long live the peoples of Cuba and Venezuela. Cubans and Venezuelan people have the rights, and we're going to defend them. Thank you so much.
US President Joe Biden has brought about 110 countries together for what the United States calls the Summit for Democracy. This is to be held on December 9th and December 10th. December 10th, as we know, is Human Rights Day. Now, this is interesting. US government says they welcome all countries, but only 110 have been invited. That means 83 countries are not there, including some notable exceptions. 2 large countries, permanent members of the UN Security Council, Russia and China not at the table, not invited. Haiti not invited, Cuba not invited, and the list goes on. Is this really a summit for democracy, or is it a summit to help the United States clean up its image abroad and to, I guess, pursue, deepen its imposed hybrid war against, in particular, China and Russia? Well, in a way, the United States has got to face up to the fact that its own democracy is quite challenged. The intelligence unit of The Economist magazine has a democracy index, and it calls the US a flawed democracy, which is pretty startling given that this comes from The Economist magazine. What makes US democracy flawed? Let's look at 3 points. The first thing is US election process has been afflicted with money power, and recently after the repeal of the Voting Rights Act, the very significant act that protected social minorities, particularly African Americans, from coming to the poll, the repeal of that act has seriously impaired the US electoral system. That's the first thing, with money power. The second thing is, as most people now know, the United States is the highest incarcerator of people, the most number per capita in prison. It's hardly a good model for democracy. And finally, the US has used its control over financial systems and its massive military to intimidate countries around the world, indeed to interfere in the democratic processes of countries around the world. So the point of this summit is not to suggest that the United States is, a great champion of democracy or anything. It's to basically use the sublime idea of democracy to pursue this campaign, relentless campaign that the United States has had against Russia, against China, against Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, a series of countries. It's a crude, very crude misuse of the democratic ideals, in my opinion. The world already has a regular summit of democracies. It's called the UN General Assembly. It opens every year in September when heads of governments come to offer their perspective on world affairs. They come and they speak at the UN General Assembly in New York City. What binds the UN General Assembly together is the fact that the members of the UN General Assembly, that's 193 countries, basically all the countries in the world, they all accept the United Nations Charter, which went into force in 1945. 193 countries agree on the Charter. This is the greatest compromise document that we've ever had in world history. And it's the Charter that brings people together. And at that meeting, that indeed is a summit of democracy. Article 2 of the UN Charter is very clear about what is to happen with this document and with the General Assembly. They say that the UN is based on the sovereign equality of all its members. So in that sense, it's a real summit of democracy. And second, that the UN members must settle their international disputes by peaceful means. That's very important. Not by sanctions regimes, blockades, bombing of countries, intimidation, and so on. The means are specified in the Charter and must be taken seriously. I mean, it's a charter of democracy. Meanwhile, of course, the United States, since at least 1961, has enforced a harmful blockade against the sovereign people of Cuba. Blockade, we know, is illegal because it has no UN Security Council authorization, either under Chapter 6 or Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. Those are the two sections of the UN Charter, and I always keep the Charter nearby in case I need to refer to it. Chapter 6 and 7 provide the United Nations Security Council to give authority to act against one or the other state, to provide, some sort of sanctions and so on. There is no UN Security Council resolution that allows the United States to do this to Cuba, which is what makes it an illegal action. And that's why we call the blockade illegal. We got to understand, for the past 30 years, overwhelming numbers of countries have voted in the UN General Assembly to ask the United States to end the blockade. This year, 2021, 184 countries voted against the United States. I mean, it's a considerable demonstration of what democracy means. The majority of the world's countries have said, end the blockade on Cuba, and of course it persists. Cuba, a country of 11 million people, has never threatened the security of the United States. Actually, the United States constantly threatens the security of Cuba. Cuban government has never tried to invade the United States. That's just not happened. And, you know, Cuba understands that if you try to attack the US, you face terrible consequences. That was seen by Japan in 1941, by Al-Qaeda in 2001. So given that Cuba is not a threat, why impose an illegal blockade? Secondly, as a consequence of its wretched history of colonialism and enslavement, Cuba's economy before the revolution was suffocated by sugar and by tourism. Building socialism in a poor country, it's not easy. It's not an easy task. And Cuba has few precious metals, few precious minerals. So if Cuba doesn't have precious metals, precious minerals, why is the United States government enforcing an illegal blockade on the island? Why is there so much hatred towards Cuba by the US government? It's because the Cuban people have stood up for their sovereignty and promised to build a society that was not focused on the need of the imperialist powers or of profit, but was focused on the people themselves, on building the democratic capability of the people, building their nutrition levels, building their literacy, building their health, building their culture. It became a model for socialism in a poor country. If you can do it in Cuba, you can do it anywhere. The example of the Cuban Revolution had to be suffocated by the imperialists because they could not tolerate its success. The success is the fierce determination of ordinary people to do extraordinary things. Mr. Biden, your summit of democracy, if you want to be serious about a summit of democracy, take the United Nations Charter seriously. Take the United Nations Charter seriously. End the blockade on Cuba. Come back and join the Committee of Nations, the Fraternity of Nations, the Community of Nations. Adhere to the UN Charter.
I'm Phil Kelly from Cuba Solidarity Forum, Ireland. Fidel said there is often talk of human rights, but it is also necessary to talk of the rights of humanity. For Western countries to try and cloak their imperialism under a shroud of human rights is, of course, an obscene masquerade. The United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the European Union cannot talk seriously about upholding international human rights, as daily they violate them within their own borders and across the world. Imperialism is a crime against humanity. Capitalism threatens the very future of our planet. To be serious in regards to upholding and expanding the rights of global citizens, we must look elsewhere for a better example. Cuba is a beacon to the world, a sovereign, independent nation in control of its own destiny, where the priority of government is the welfare of Cuban citizens above all other considerations. Cuba stands peerless in the field of international solidarity, from its role in national liberation, in particular in Africa, and its ongoing global medical missions. The global pandemic has witnessed Cuba write another heroic chapter in its national story. As Cuban medical brigades went to the worst hit regions across the world to help save lives, this act of humanity stood in sharp contrast to the conduct of the United States of America, who withhold vaccines, hoard medical equipment, while tightening sanctions and aggressive measures against Cuba and many other nations across the world. Human rights in Cuba are not some dull, vague concept of an Enlightenment constitution, but rather a beautiful harvest of the revolution, which, as its foundation, recognized health and education as fundamental human need and human right, not, as neoliberalism would have it, a business opportunity. So Cuba represents a beacon And across Latin America, more citizens are guided by that light and beginning the journey. Hope for a better future can also be found in the Bolivarian Revolution of Venezuela. Fidel's students, Hugo Chavez and now Nicolas Maduro, are building a truly independent nation and empowering their citizens. And hope also springs from our Sandinista comrades in Nicaragua, a revolution of dreamers who daily turn dreams into concrete reality that benefits all through access to education, health, housing, and sustainable food sovereignty. And in Bolivia, where the people rose up against a US-instigated coup and defeated the imperialist plot. Only free people can claim their human rights. To choose freedom, freedom from domination, as Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua have chosen, is to choose a hard and difficult path, because choosing freedom places you in the crosshairs of the imperialist. So, when it comes to talk of human rights, we can ignore those who inflict blockades and sanctions. We can ignore those who wage endless war. We can ignore those who cage migrants. We can ignore those who facilitate the ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. We can ignore those who imprison Julian Assange for revealing the truth. We can ignore those who have kidnapped the diplomat and humanitarian Alex Saab. And we can ignore those who promote a global neoliberal system that threatens the very future of our species. Here in Ireland, a country yet to achieve its full independence, we should take inspiration from the progressive revolutionary movements of Latin America. Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are holding the front line in a global struggle. Humanity needs them to prevail. I hope Ireland can raise its voice against the blockades and sanctions and stand up against the European Union and the United States in their criminal policies, and that Ireland will defend its neutrality by ceasing to facilitate US military flights. We owe it to our comrades, and we owe it to humanity to play our part in this struggle. Hasta la victoria siempre.
The comrades that are trying to promote solidarity that is indispensable and very important, because without solidarity we cannot unite. I think it is the obligation of every country that believes in justice and freedom to foster solidarity among all peace and justice loving countries. Do you think solidarity is a purely concept, a theoretical concept? No. No. We don't need futile exercises in the world. Why is solidarity so among Caribbean and Latin American people so necessary? The most important thing is that what is being sought in the Caribbean is that Cuba, Venezuela, our motherland, Puerto Rico, and we must also include Nicaragua. We believe that it's time to build unity and not allow the interference of U.S. administration in our countries. We cannot allow the U.S. government to continue with its goal to conquer and dominate our people. Can you give us a concrete example? Like, for example, the case of the Bush family? Well, the Bush family has a very long history in controlling oil. George Bush father, before being a president, he was a a representative in Texas. He his son Jeb Bush, when he was campaigning for the presidency, Jeb Bush was sent to Venezuela and he was controlling Venezuelan oil and making business with those that have never respected Venezuela, even though they are Venezuelans themselves. So to a certain extent of the achievements of Venezuela and Cuba has been to expel the United States through its representatives like the Bush family. Well, the main thing is that when Chavez became president, yet Bush was compelled to leave Venezuela, and that created a problem for the United States. Because if we analyze well, one of the first things Chavez did was to use the oil to help countries in the Caribbean, to help South American countries, and he also helped the poor within the United States to have access to that oil that they needed due to their own poverty. So I think we have to be clear about how Chavez was able to succeed in this goal. The United States wanted that oil, and they still want that oil, the control over that oil, but they have not succeeded. And in the case of Cuba, the revolutionary process in Cuba with the figure of Fidel Castro, how did they oppose the interventionism of United States and United States capital? Well, the most important thing is that Cuba was able to defeat the invasion of that was organized by the U.S. administration. The U.S. administration thought that they would succeed in invading and occupying Cuba. However, this defeat till this day has not allowed United States to control Cuba. They want to do it, but they can't do anything in Guantanamo Bay because they know they can suffer the same result as in Bay of Pigs. What could Oscar Lopez can say about solidarity and the importance for Latin America and the Caribbean? Solidarity is the instrument that can unite us all the countries in the Caribbean, in Central America and South America. We can be assured that countries like Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and I would even dare say a country like Bolivia and like Ecuador can work, can do a very good work. I would even include Brazil and our dear country in the South Cone that can help a lot, because at the time of Chavez, we saw a unity among South American countries. How can we consolidate the Caribbean region as a region free of capitalism and free of imperialism? If countries unite, that will be a force that the United States will not be able to defeat. They will not be able to, they won't be able to do anything at all. Puerto Rico, our motherland, is a small country but has great potentials to struggle for their independence, become free, sovereign, and not allowing the interference of the United States. We thank Johnny Garcia, Villair Prasad, Phil Kelly, and Oscar Lopez. I also want to thank all those who are connected to this platform throughout the world, from Canada, Serbia, Uruguay, Honduras, Venezuela, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, Nigeria, South Africa, and from the United States. Gain Walker from Paces for Peace has also has connected with us. Now we want to give the floor to the representative of the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and then Maria Socorro Gomez, President of the World Council for Peace. Thank you. Good afternoon to all comrades in the world, to all progressive countries that for decades have been fighting imperial forces in this unfair world, and that fight against imperialism and Zionism. As a Palestinian medical doctor who graduated in Cuba, I had the honor of being here talking in this forum. Palestine is people that lives in, or it is a people that has suffered for more than 5 decades from violation of human rights by the U.S. imperialism that supports the Zionist state of Israel, beginning with the most important and basic right, the right to life. If you are not able to enjoy the right of living in peace without being the object of a war or of an Israeli soldier, we have Resolution 194 of the United Nations General Assembly, the separation wall. We have many rights that we would never end if we have to mention them all. But now we have the Cuban island that has been an example for more than 60 years of solidarity and of the protection of human rights. Many developed countries don't have the rights that the Cuban people have. A right to safety, social security. Your country can live in a safe place without fearing any attack or any social problem. Right to health. If you live in a place where you have a free medical care, is protection to your right to health. Then we have education. Many of these countries that claim that they have a true democracy, they attack other countries and other nations, other sovereign nations, stating that they have those rights, which they don't have. That is the case of the United States, where they cannot provide that. We saw this in 2019. Many of the constitutional rights, the rights of women, the rights of children, Cuba, I think, is one of the best examples in the world. Women are free to decide over their bodies, about their partners, and regretfully, during these 60 years, we have the U.S. Superpower saying that this island violates human rights. Well, they violate the human rights. There is no social, political, medical, and educational system like the Cuban system throughout the world. I'm coming from a country from the Middle East, and with all the passion that what Cuba has done in the last 2 years under this pandemic, while nobody had access to health facilities or health centers due to money or lack of hospitals or medical care. Here in Cuba, everybody has been taken care of, and we have seen people dying without having access to these medical services. The progressive forces worldwide demand the immediate lifting of the blockade. This socialist experience with its revolution, the U.S. government should have lifted this blockade many years ago, but they fear the example of the Cuban model, because the Cuban experience and the Cuban model has been very successful, and Cuba will be able to witness prosperity. All progressive forces in the world see this, and we will continue fighting against all these imperial forces. Thank you, Ahmad. Dear friends of the Cuban chapter of social and popular movements, dear comrades of the Institute of Cuban Friendship that have kindly invited us to participate in this anti-imperialist forum in defense of the people. It is for me an honor to participate in this initiative to defend peace and against imperialism. This is an opportunity to strengthen our unity and our determination in the fight against imperialist machinations led by the United States of America and its constant offensive against the peoples. U.S. imperialism is responsible for the worst violations of human rights and the rights of the people throughout the world, with its policy of domination, war, and their goal of imposing their hegemony. It imposes sanctions, blockades, and tries to asphyxiate nations. It plans coups d'etats. As we have denounced, United States wants to annihilate the efforts to build a new society in Cuba, imposing for more than 60 years a vile and coward blockade. Despite all this, the Cuban people is determined to defend its revolution, self-determination, and sovereignty, while it provides valuable examples of a foreign policy of cooperation and solidarity with the peoples throughout all continents. United States has carried out crimes against the peoples of Syria, Venezuela, Palestine, Western Sahara, and many others that are victims of its criminal voracity, and that fight for national liberation and social emancipation. The World Peace Council is determined to continue favoring or supporting the people providing its solidarity against the serious effects of these genocidal blockades and imperialist wars of occupations. They say they defend human rights. The U.S. imperialism is a true source of serious violations of international law, while meeting these days in this so-called democracy summit. We repudiate this action and revealing the true aspirations for democracy and independence. The U.S. government has no reason to try to impose the rest of the world its patterns and its decadent political model that has been totally deformed and has degenerated. The United States is not a democratic country in no sector. It's a secluding society with white supremacism and with all sorts of violence and even assassination. The United States has the democracy of capital, the dictatorship for the oppressed and exploited, the blacks, the Latins. This summit that is being called for December 9 and 10 is a farce. They are trying to group countries commanded by U.S. imperialism to face countries like Cuba, China, Russia, among others. The summit to promote hate, prejudice, and that threatens peace. That is why I want to stress that our light against imperialism has to do with the sovereign defense of each people to choose its own political, economic, and social system. And for this, we need peace and democratic international and balanced international economic system, and not the model that is being fostered by the United States. Once again, we reaffirm our willingness to contribute to the union of four people to conquer peace and self-determination for all countries. We are here to defend the right to live in peace. Down the blockade, down imperialism, long live the unity and struggle of the people for national sovereignty. Long live Cuba and its model of solidarity, internationalism, and cooperation among all countries. Long live peace.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Maria Socorro Gomez, the President of the World Council for Peace. Now we give the floor to Fernando González Dios, who's going to be closing this forum. Dear friends, defenders of peace and sovereignty of nations, we have been called to this event of solidarity to reflect on peace, because it is a topic which we should speak about every day. Speaking of solidarity and of peace brings about to think of Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro, the mastermind of the dream for a better world, with no wars, no nuclear weapons, no inequalities, and no absence of opportunities for all the peoples of the world. During the sixth summit for the non-aligned countries in 1986, Fidel expressed, and I quote, "Bombs may kill the hungry, the sick, the ignorant, but cannot kill hunger, diseases, ignorance. They cannot kill the just revelry of the peoples. In the Holocaust, the rich are going to die too, and they have the most to lose. With no peace, there will be no development, and there can be no peace without development for the immense majority of the peoples of the people. End of quote. The policy of the Cuban Revolution from the program of the Moncade has been to defend the concept of equality from the beginning of the revolution in 1959, when we nationalized the properties of the old peoples and to give the land to those who work, to the peasants. The revolution is the true freedom, hope for development and the future of the Cuban people, as Fidel recognized in the speech pronounced in the solemn session of Constitution of the National Assembly of the Popular Power on December the 2nd, 1976. And I again quote his words: "The liberation or freedom, progress, and peace of the homeland are united by our conception of liberation, progress, and the peace of all humanity." This is the spirit that our people has maintained to our days. Even in the harshest days, we have resisted in the face of all adversities and preserved our social conquests without renouncing the support to the supporting solidarity to other people. The pandemics of COVID-19 also showed the humanist vocation of the Cuban Revolution, and this management of the government. This, united to the participation of the people, has shown that there's no obstacle that we cannot defeat. We are also winning the battle to the pandemics. Our country is coming back to normalcy by opening its borders. The students are returning to their schools, and we're trying to look for different forms of economic sovereignty and the defense of peace that constitute the essence of the work of the Cuban people and all the militants of the Communist Party, as it was designed in the 8th Congress of the Communist Party of Cuba, celebrated last April. Everything that was achieved to save the life of the sick, the installing of laboratories, the development of 5 vaccine candidates, the first in Latin America, and producing enough doses to vaccinate the Cuban population and give to other nations, together with the collaboration, the international collaboration of doctors and health people, health personnel. It was possible because we are a socialist nation of right, justice, and social equity. We share with you the recent words of our President Miguel Díaz-Canel when they were trying to destabilize our country. And I quote, "Cuba is a nation of peace. We are rebel. We are nonconformist. We do not tolerate what is wrong. We criticize adequately, and we will have to do more criticism to everything that we do wrong over this space of mediocrity. But we are, above all, a nation of peace. We are a nation of solidarity. We are a nation of friendship. And this nation defends a project that is a socialist revolution, a genuine socialist revolution, not clandestine in power, but on the contrary, is constantly renewing itself, constantly perfecting itself, with a will to do the best for the people, taking as a basis the participation of the people." End of quote. Cuba defends the principles of the Charter of the UN and international right. And despite economic war that is waged on us, we advance in this social and economic strategy in our country for a sustainable development, and we maintain also universal access and free universal access to health and education at all levels. The Cuban Revolution has always shown a political will to contribute to nuclear disarmament and the achievement of world peace. And we reaffirmed this when we signed the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons in September 2017. We maintain also our permanent claim so that the territory of the naval base of Guantanamo by the United States to be returned to Cuba, because it is a violation of the rights of our people and of the people who are incarcerated there. It is no secret that the United States, the country that today calls heads of states and government and representatives of the civil society, of the private sector, for a summit of leaders for democracy, and it owns over 800 bases, military bases in the whole world, and they dedicate every year a high budget that would contribute to eliminate poverty from many countries in the world. These military facilities function as centers for war on the media, and in order to orchestrate acts of cyber terrorism, in order to increase their military presence in the region and ensure the hegemonic interests in our regions. In the moments in all these unilateral and interference policies against our people, Cuba reiterates the proclaiming the Latin America and the Caribbean as an area of peace, as proclaimed in the summit of the Latin American community in Caribbean communities in 2014. Once more, we denounce the permanence of the unjust policy of blockade against Cuba, reaffirmed and ratified and increased by the successive administrations of the United States, that has brought dire consequences against our economy and our health system. It is true that we have scarcity of supplies in our health system. We have a scarcity of food, but we have never lacked freedom, and this is something that those who encourage mediatic wars and those who incite subversive campaigns, those who pay the execution of destabilizing actions against Cuba, and that they don't understand, and they will never understand those who try to interfere in the internal affairs of our revolution, those who want to defeat the democratically elected governments in the brother and sister nations in Latin America. The international rejection to these interference policies ratifies the fact that we need a multipolar international system to advance for the cooperation and free development of nations. As our national leader, hero Jose Marti, said, we have to continue marching in favor of the just causes of our brother and sister peoples, and we will do that in peace with the support of all the solidarity movement at the international level. We are sure that the world of peace is possible. Together with all the advocates of peace in any corner of the world, we will continue fighting for peace, solidarity, and the sovereignty of the people. This anti-imperialist forum in defense of the people has session for 2 days, inviting reflection. Important personalities of all the peoples have denounced the dangers that are looming on humanity, and have stated the need of the peoples of writing our own history, of being active and critical peoples in the face of our realities, trying to safeguard our identity and our cultures, and guaranteeing our rights. We appreciate all the messages proclaims and demonstration of solidarity, of peace and solidarity that we have received from all the regions of the world, reaffirming their desire for peace of all the peoples and the rights for all the people to continue with their destinies. We appreciate and we are thank the participation of all the panelists during these 2 days. We end this anti-imperialist forum with the words of the leader of our revolution, that in one speech in the United Nations in 1979, he advocated for human rights of the most needed. Thank you very much.
Se habla con frecuencia.
It is frequently people frequently talk about human rights, but we also need to talk about the rights of mankind. Why some people must go barefoot while others travel in luxurious cars? Why some should live 35 years while others live 70? Why some should be miserably poor while others are exaggeratedly rich? I talk on behalf of the children in the world that have not a piece of bread. I talk on behalf of the sick that have no medicines, on behalf of those who have been denied the right to life and human dignity. Some countries have abundant resources. Others have nothing at all. What is the destiny of the latter? Die of hunger? Be eternally poor? Then, what is civilization meant for? What is the conscience of men and women worth? What is the use of United Nations? What is the use of the world? You cannot talk about peace on behalf of millions of human beings that die every year of curable diseases and of hunger. We cannot talk about peace on behalf of 900 million illiterate. Exploitation of poor countries by rich countries should stop. I know that in many poor countries there are also exploiters and exploited people. I'm talking to the rich nation so that they contribute. I talk to the poor country so that they can distribute. We need more than words, we need facts. More than reflections, we need concrete actions. More than talking about a new international economic order that nobody understands. We need to talk about an objective and real order that everybody understands. I've not come here as a prophet of the revolution. I've not come here to ask for the world to make war. We have come here to talk about solidarity and peace among the countries, and to warn that if we don't solve in a peaceful manner current inequalities and injustices, the future will be apocalyptic. The noise of weapons, of the threatening speech and language and prepotence in international scenarios should stop. We cannot continue with the illusion that the problems of the world can be solved with nuclear weapons. Bombs may kill the hungry. the sick and the ignorance, but they will not kill hunger, disease, and ignorance. They cannot kill the fair rebelliousness of the people, and in the Holocaust, the rich will also die, and they are the ones who have more to lose. So let's bid farewell to weapons and let us dedicate ourselves to the most pressing problems of our times. That is the responsibility and the most sacred duty of all statesmen in the world. That is also the indispensable premises for mankind's survival. Thank you.